Okay, we'll try that again. One more time. Hello, hello. I was not sure if it was too loud. And OBS just set the default device again without my knowing, so yeah. Okay, this is actually too loud. I can't hear myself. A little bit better. Anyways, hello everyone and welcome. We're just going to be doing the Limbus Company event. Maybe I could fill out my weekly 1,000 projection in the same stream. Depends on how I feel and how long this takes. We're doing 20 threads. Yeah. Okay, without further ado, the event bonus IDs are... I don't have them. We're gonna be here for a while. So the first thing I need to do is obtain this one, because he's a freebie. No envy, though. How sad. So... hopefully the audio is fine. What's hidden? OBS, what did you do? Oh, that's what you did. Nice. I actually like this new layout. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a little bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Merceau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all, when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant, if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Give me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. Same. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even outlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ashi, the wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before, back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead? Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Olfie Association's notorious notarization. Otherwise, I said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet, 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet...
True, an outbreak is starting.
Maybe. Yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. It's fine, Flockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence somewhere along the way. Everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was proven a fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we'd just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and the Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people have? Hello, Awesome Knight. We used to just leave them where they died. And after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Sweepers. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis. All that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave, just for some sods to later desecrate it. Ads are over. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully it was not cursed. But who am I kidding? In Hongkong, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Oh, and I'm scoffed and hung his head. Odious foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed. Another mundacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart or just something said to convince himself? Probably both. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral did not last long. It was just a brief moment of silence followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. Yeah, the paper towel fell on the floor. Ah! Okay, I got it. The ceremony came to a close once Elisa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with a crackle of firewood. Wouldn't that be more than fire? Crematoriums have to get so hot that even bone is incinerated. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said, there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Man's locked at permanent 44 negative SB. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Eh? Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second green-lighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more of a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. You'll even be paid. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin, and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go, so the least you could do is thank us. To thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Oh, just in time. Our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall before paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with them? It's back to the long-term recovery board for me. I've always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for paid time off submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't get more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. He's a research fill-in for Martin. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also, to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Like purposeful corrosion with ego. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only ones keeping me company were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air with thick cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa, in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust is still here, too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the guest house shaft? Oh, Dante, if only you knew. You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Owenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? What kind of assistance? says Clockhead. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up, but I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem that we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned the likeness of a bull. You there. What are you trying to assume? Does thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote in a rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more questions to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtuous chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you to a different identifier. To assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth my own understanding as well, prithee. Allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's word, not Cinerio's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow has become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some joyful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deemed that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you are the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Sinner number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? Poster. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust? Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim put up his glasses. The apprentice, who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira, she has regained consciousness. Hey. That's so mid, bro. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. confused. What? Oh, there's the timer. Okay. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state of the art. This place looks well equipped. I mean, makes sense. Wasn't Kara kind of like split in half? Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. You know, technically there are the things from H Corp, I believe it was. Hung Yuan. People would lose limbs and then they would just restore it with a bolus. It had a little bit of a price, but it worked. Reasonable. Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kara was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she appeared when I'd seen her through the sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun. Actually, we are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then, what's she even doing here? There is work to be done, contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare, and cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. You get candy. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kara's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without much, without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof. In its projected income statement, well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kara, it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intended on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live. Not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Ah, so you anticipated some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate, such as the middle corporate entities of the city, tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the middle, these two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Y'all got zero respect, huh? Zero self-respect. You should consider yourself fortunate. The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches. That may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, Mr. The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That, too, was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person. Last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in the middle when someone quite unexpected made her way to Kira. Yoshihide. You. Heard he got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that too. Aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Ah, family. Coming from him. A middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's thrown out. That fucker Matthias was a great brother, only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being its brat. Not surprising, it's the slice through for the bowl cut too. Same taste? Oh, young Ryoshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for fixer? Hello, Jazo, welcome. I'm not stinky. I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So, what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll slice your neck clean this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or snap your neck completely right this instant. Oh. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll ask if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, SYNC, that's so random. Who even says that? Ryosha didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we are probably the people she needs to settle a score with. As if. Have her tattoos a gone clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle star excuse for loyalty means so much for this strain that she'd bite us? Besides, no better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me. Tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's because, well, because Papa was weaker than you. Huh. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assumed the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. Ah, you won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. Oh, that's why Kara doesn't have her tattoos, because if she was, since she was Matthias's student, most of the tattoos are probably on the legs. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kara traveling behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. But because the lower half of the body was sliced off and reconstructed, there are no tattoos there. None. What's this? Cannot deploy. Interesting. I don't have anything good for this. I mean, technically you have an envy skill? Technically?
복제팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 시작.
Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly, different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Really, who might those people to be? Ah, W Corp? Eh? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. That company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyways. The support you have provided is more than sufficient. He's an old man. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalize on the suppression of distortions at T Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Thank you for the hydrate, Dee. Is this water safe? Also, hello, Dee. The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult with the manager, only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust doesn't seem particularly pleased with the role Elan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question, while Elan carried on with Pohanan. He is referring to the monolith cells project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T Corp Executive's Director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now, I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Owenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. No, Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation. She still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. Robo-Unk. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but what do you mean farm? Farm? Oh, it's gathering material. It's 734673. Hello, Xena Sweeper. I am doing good. Yeah, Kira's just using all the game lingo now. Literally just modern brain rot. Let's see, what kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. Ah, thank you. Or, wait. You know, there is no official rule book or guidebook. There are no official guides either to understanding sweepers. This was discussed in Libera Ruina. I believe it was Roland who attempted to get an interpreter, and it just turned out that it didn't work and the interpreter died. So I am only doing the best of my capability. But, welcome in. So, they're probably connected to some backstreets area. The backstreets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. Wow. Elan is looking sad. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Elan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Elan. Oh. I didn't realize he was this violent. A violent old man. I thought Kara was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was that the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt... It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there. But it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kara reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah, With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company assets, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies, I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me at the face and walk off scot-free. So friggin' annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling did not escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Thank you for the follow, Zeta Swipper. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Wayfarer identities might seem interesting. Let us resume the task at hand. Ryoshu, give Manager Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left. I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But itch an eye where they actually lead. It's all blurry. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there is less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Wait, what do you mean past human perception? Alright, then I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? I'm beginning to wonder if W Corp and Wayfarer, which company's technology is safer? We'll start with the one Ryoshu mentioned. Ah, you don't trust me at all, huh? Then, why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon, an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Wait, does that mean we get Hohenheim to replace Gregor? Okay, let's see it. What's in there? It's a museum. Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once. Drawing squints and frowns from the sinners, thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. That's a mermaid. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, the scale is just insane. That's the whale from Aid Association Great Lake. Special issue. Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, explained with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shot those monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified outskirts born. I'm starting to trip over my words. They look almost alive, they're not, right? No, they're not. Duh. Though Robo-Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick. The vibe really hits. Even though she's trying to play cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display on the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote. The eye of a second kindred. The eye of a second kindred of House of Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention and the body parts, like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that which comes with the maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we'll be making our exit shortly. Please prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. Wendigo. That presence is kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. The door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers who wore a peculiar bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from a parent's web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask. Back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Ah, yes. That must have been when I was quite captivated. No, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right, Emile Benoit. As they say, you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't pursue. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling that she was in fact dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. Also, yeah, the BGM is actually really nice. That lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members an incensed glare, sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eyes, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Elan's hands, not mine. It is, by its nature, a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Araya Shiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we're just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here, would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us? It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. Shino and I are geniuses, and Ryoshu is the wielder of Araya Shiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but... Excuse me. Even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go so easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Does it matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock? Think of that woman as Lei Hang and do as you did in HC's manner. Heathcliff. Thank you. I'll take care of the rest. Right. That's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Falvism. And mine. The gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Huh? Confusion flickered across Ryoshi's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The locked House of Spiders used to bind Arayashiki no longer exists, so why? Why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryosha recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryosha's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshiri, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about? Ask any student, and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, the jaw, bound not by bone, but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire the structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The Maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the Nurse Fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Oh, and is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute go, step aside. The attack from the Ego Gear Honai hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identity, something abruptly stopped the beast's like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow, shit, was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly, because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle. For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantities of tattoos on yourself. Aha, you must be the new Kit Matthias took it. Why do you stand in my way? Fuck if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? They're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent. So the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut up, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready, lifting locks now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. Maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? 'Tis a foul justice strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed throughout the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the Maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing across the door. Don Quixote. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. Realized the risk that no one in their right mind wanted to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that? You. Don't just stand there. Get over here now. Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... Yo, TTM, want to get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the Maestro could come over. Bolt cut. Think you can still use your arms. Wait, Kira's the bolt cut? Ha! I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio, one after another. Huh? Guess so? Ready for your orders, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. Pretty good residence.
불안감이 떠올랐어요.
Look at the passive and special effects. Okay. I will check. This? Or do you mean on the enemies? Wait. Is it on Kira? Huh. It's crossed off. I do not see Hohenheim on the team, though. And the, ring, I see. Does not have sinking, inflict sinking, count. On hit, mold color blue. Ah. That's a lot of sinking. And there's bleed. Oh, the lore? There are beasts that fall in and out of the voyage. The vogue within the school of Fauvism, yes, but a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents our unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. So that one's the feral. The first step is always but a single animal, and with every quest for art and ferity, another beast is layered upon atop the previous specimen. I see. 2 dogs. Special effect also has lore. Some say that the ring's paint is made from the same material. Oh. So technically you could use their paint to make augmentation tattoos. That means the middle works with the ring. If the middle uses their tattoos for self-augmentation, does that make the ring's tattoos more brands that, when forcefully applied, weaken their enemies? Yeah. I'm beginning to see it. The middle and the ring. The middle gets the purple tattoos, and the purple... So purple paint empowers. Oh yeah, we have ads soon. Just a heads up.
True, an ad break is starting.
Should I wait? I mean, I could do more reading. The effect's different. I actually kind of like that effect too. Huh. Wait, the fact that they have ego slots. This is either an oversight or it's something that's going to be used later. What about their skills? Rouge. Taking art classes with the ring, imagine that. Altering inspiration. Huh. Yeah, let's not do that. Whoops. Okay, ads are ending soon, so I could probably do this. It's not much that's being missed. Welcome back for the ads. Hopefully they were not cursed. Hello, Fab. Welcome. You're live? You didn't tell me. Well, hopefully your stream was great. And welcome, welcome. If you need a break or run, feel free to do it. If you need to get anything to drink, eat, yada yada, go to sleep. You know, just do it. Fabulous raid. Indeed. Hello. Hello, hello. We're just working on the Limbus Company event. We're painting a picture. It went to ads right before he raided. Oh. Well, it's a good thing that you came when you did, because we just got out of ads, funny enough. So hello, Sunlight Seeker. Welcome. Okay, I can do full NP, I think. Wait, maybe I can't. Yeah, there's not enough actions. Thank you for the hydrate, and yes, you are the first one to redeem. I will allow that auto mod. Yeah, there. I don't know why Automod held it for misogyny. Tan skin, you're probably talking about Otis. Otis. And... E. Once again, if anyone needs to raid and run, feel free to do so, because, you should make the most of your time. Otherwise, thank you for being here. It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear. Wait. How many turns did that battle take? I swear, that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. Just because it's an older woman that a lot of people really like. Uh, ah. Ah. Personally, I actually... How do I say this? So, I just really like the middle ladies. I like purple. So, yeah. Also, of the middle IDs, I would say Sinclair. Sinclair's actually just got a few identities that are pretty fun. The animations are fun, despite me. Hardcore. Don't mind me. If you'd just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day. Sit down. You only know as far as you say. They're not huge in a gacha. It's probably better that way. Because if you're in a boat like mine, there are too many to keep up with. Like, recently... Okay, let me just put it like this, alright? You could play games like Terraria, Minecraft, anything else, but as soon as you get into gacha games, they're basically just the only things that you're going to be able to play because you're trying to keep up with everything on them. And that's how it was for me with Terraria. I recently started playing it quite a bit. And because of that, I started falling behind on Nikkei, I started falling behind on an auto battler that I started recently. Genshin, I fell behind on. Limbus, I'm falling behind on. Yeah. And it's easier on your pocketbook? Also, hell yeah. I don't stream too often, and you have been to the last 5 streams. That is amazing. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Fab. Thank you for your support. We would have opened them all at the end of the day. Sit down. Sit down. What's that? Same different. Oh. Same different. Not sit down. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Huh? Okay. Take care, Sunlight. It was nice knowing, like, it was nice meeting you. I see you in Cyril's, and I believe I see you in Nova's from time to time. Yeah. Good work, everyone. Wayfair does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This by all measures counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. This Falbus won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those Falbus beasts have long endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many backdoors, both the origin and destination points. Lan clarified what Ryosha was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which make it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves overmuch. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely that they would move on the House of Spider so soon. Eh? They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Falvist Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place on the House of Spiders. At the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryosha lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering was faint. It was seen by all indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryosha was talking about the scabbard. Ryosha's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back a memory of Araya? Ryosha, is it an SS? Demon Edge, an enchanted blade. Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility? Headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Thank you very much, Fab.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고. 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다. 팔구의 처먼 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
Ugh, this is gonna take a while, isn't it? It doesn't even tell me how many stages there are. O&M brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams, full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spiderpire. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example: research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between emergence of Sinner, number 11 sign, and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged him off earlier. And thank you for the hydrate, Fab. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Oh, and how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour, from now at least. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Oenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Dying to get Sinclair. Then, wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabot, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Karen Snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Verg, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Charon. Charon, super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep. Mode disabled. I'm not sure this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karen forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Just make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled the snack thief off of Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on a trivial sentence. What is candy chance? Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Oh, wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. Ugh, he took my snack too for a kick his ass. Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses, and now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well. Chill, that's totes been agreed on, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. Black silence run down. The lines on Virgilius' brow look deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my tick-tock. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility of the phenomena, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool of comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Samson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? Oh. Sonia's gonna make us chase him to one place and then we're gonna fight him there, aren't we? I should step in and put an end to the subject before Rodnia gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power. I think maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer are sent and dragging us into his story. Could those be it? Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fair would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition. But it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that. That bit about the sign. Maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of my hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the signs working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway. No, I mean, I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the moon. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately, for the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample, oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and, I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness, and your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't think they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said, they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again. More of that nonsense only you lot understand. Boy, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he could still pull off some of those tricks from back then? Some tricks from back then? Heard he kicked up proper up there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Hmong technique quite effortlessly, too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them pulled around his weapon. It was the glowing ring thing. This is the first time I'm hearing anything of it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes ya real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing that they pass down to the members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it, that black coney thing, that Leheng prick, and the nurse fathers who fought. Whole lot of them fingers, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius, too. So, what, only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Well, anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turn their gaze toward Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers in association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it. How-to tips, really, spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, That tracks. The super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid, bro is really popping off of it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny mong wrapped around the weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally, on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it. Videotape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, bereaving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast upon, through the night, upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent, like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin, which adds up when we consider how we reduce Lei Hang and increase the sinners, like we average them out. He was still able to use it. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Brazilia's lips. Yeah, doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Senorya Song's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Poor Yasong. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame. That would have been useful. So, if they knew how to wield it beforehand, it would have been possible. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shinramon. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. I see, so you have to face your past self, I guess. Vespa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. By the way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kara alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshu returned. A lot of talking. The frames. Ah. Brinketsuen. Ah. To present the conclusion first, no. I don't know what you're talking about, Fab. I'm perfectly fine. To present the conclusion first, no. The notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? A sentient sheath. Ryoshu's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver, almost as if it had taken offense. Ah. I don't think I can do that on my own. Somehow, I feel like I could understand what Ho and I meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, and they gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposedly that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstruction of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technologies and conditions. And only just a little bit. I had melatonin, and I kind of slept no blanket, so my sleep was kind of bad. Last night I had melatonin, I should say, not after I woke up. I had coffee after I woke up. And I went to sleep at around 8 p.m. maybe-ish yesterday. Maybe 9 or 10, depending on how long I was on Terraria. Even supposing that survival, yeah, I read. Wait, did I read this? Fixed variable in the reconstruction universal body. Yeah, I read it. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances. But in the terminology of the lay people, like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? Yeah, originally I was planning on starting the stream at like 2 to 4 a.m. Woke up at 4 a.m. Now I was too tired. And too cold. So, went back to sleep. There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that may lead to restoring Ryoshu's memories. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with the law and veer next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Onai cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut, as if any further exchange may scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Alright, then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But, going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right. Sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Karazu. The prisoner of war executive manager. We're talking about me? Yeah, I guess I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Clearly, Kara should become a sinner too. It was already hinted at that there were, what? Was it 31? How is it that I fell from one reality to another again? I swear I remember something, and when I went back to check it, it didn't exist. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she did not appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hand shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war, so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy. That better I stick to your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't even need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier, if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it found closure. Yeah, I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going, I'll pass. I will follow, if that is your order, manager. And it's fine, just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. The guy that just sucker punched Kira, just cause. He knows how to one-inch punch. Saru. Ah, that makes me sad, seeing that name. The one battle in this frickin' event was this.
교류해. 설레네요.
Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. Hello, old man. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned. But, hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff? Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors? Yep. That door over there? Pretty sure it connects to Corpse Nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some canned whatever it is. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle, Papa'd go in there to cross out vengeances from the book. From what the book said. It's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid, even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. Wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let her guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Thank you for the hydrate, fam. I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest door first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Elan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors of blue light. Guess that means we start with those ones. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same to me, just start with the closest one. Well, Elan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, Ryosha suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryosha stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painted over in parts slipped into my mind. Sorry, I heard a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shut the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Every sod walking here is dragging some animal along. Means they got money to burn. Proper rich lot of them. The walk, the past Rosa mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Star? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Sora was a bit bigger by then. No! Sora wait. Huh? Sorry, I heard a lot, didn't it? I should finish my homework faster. Nah. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? Love walkies, don't you, Sora? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. Feels so sad. Ryoshi's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid. Verily, such gentleness doth seem unlike the young Ryoshi. Hey, Clock, who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Good grief. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshi's past. This time, though, her memory seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced at H-Corp with Honolulu. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see what just happened now? See what, you guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Hira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Hong Lu, Hira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshi, so I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshi? Yes, indeed. My one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate if she died soon. to inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal? How can such a wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Of course, it was me. Even after witnessing a fragment of the memory, Heath was utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution, said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the basebone blade. A Tonto that would whine and yelp and stir his voice with every swing. You have no way. I always knew there was something creepy with Roboink, so that's how he killed the dog. Huh. No, he didn't kill Saru. The Tonto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. Alright, nutter. That's sicko. Psycho. Ah! I can't hear myself over the rain. Her eyes were embedded in it, like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation, the tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing, then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out the other ring artworks outside of the Inner Earth Fathers. Hello, Legio. Welcome. And thank you for the follow. Hopefully, you've been well. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside of the Inner Earth Fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. You're doing the good? Hell yeah. Doing the good and doing the dino dance. Shout out was given to Fab. Yeah. I've completely forgotten how to do shout outs. How is Limbus? Limbus, it's going good. I've been narrating for quite a bit. Well, speaking, wording, narrating, yada yada yada. No problem, fam. It was automated, though I don't know why it was so delayed. Unless... Awesome Night? Was it you? I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thank you for the shout-out, Awesome Night. Now find us appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But yeah, the event's been interesting. And yeah, he really is awesome. By the way, did you know Awesome Night streams? You should give him a follow. From what you've told me about, yeah, I'll just stick to his own advice. Overall, though, the previous fight, it was interesting. Rouge and blue, bleed and sinking. I'm running a NB present team, so there is that. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it. The bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for me. The scabbard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors frying from nightmares in the House of Spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day. I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's... Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Rosha back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here, there used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Leg? A leg? It's Alec. Alec is a character from Nikkei Fab. What's wrong? Over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you have returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Please, people are screaming. Serious, Yoshihide. Araya has reached the age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. He. It would. You liking it, me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Yeah. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Sorrow? No, too big to be sorrow. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryosho everything we knew about Araya, but it never truly reached her. I see. This hollow void, this must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle within Ryosho's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. So Araya is attempting to restore Ryosho's memories, and is going to prevent Ryosho from drawing the blade until it happens. Interesting. So Araya is reversing the effect, kind of. You know, it's kind of like a cat purring. I always heard about that from a friend. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryosho's memory any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. Huh? What the... How'd they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Dost thou not say thou hast sealed that door earlier? Then how do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both of our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on the description plaques, pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, Looks like we've got another job to do. Let me ahead. The radio didn't buzz with the Sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Although, the fact that when we use Malkuth and summon the Sinners, now I'm only imagining if Rodnia is just eating, and we summon Rodnia, Rodnia just falls face first into the food. And I feel like his song might actually risk losing his research, unironically. Why is it so loud?
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
The dogs have different lore in the passive than the bird-like ring members. I will give that a check soon. Are they different or are they the same? Ah, yeah. I read these already. I read them all. When you said bird... Wait, they're birds? I guess I can see it. I thought they were bears. Or walruses or something. Heathcliff. No. Marcel, why? An ad break is starting soon? Already? It felt like 30 seconds ago. Well, not 30 seconds ago. 10 minutes ago. Tengus, but that's not an animal. Yes, that's a yokai. And there's quite a few Tengus in, Tahoe. Well, there is one with a camera.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을. 저것들 전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
True, an ad break is started.
Ads have begun. I forgot to announce it.
가져갈래요.
Violet breaking slam. Yes, indeed. I will go ahead and await the ads to finish, because this is when the story begins again. Ah, the ads are over finally. Welcome back. The fight happened, that was about it. Nothing missed. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Reg kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave had more of the sods legging it from the back, like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation in the corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. The company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh, I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned task here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Gary seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle before long, however, she snapped out of it like she'd just locked in on the decision. Sure. I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so. Hey. I got nothing. Never once regarded that fucker's room as home. And my memories of it are all fragments at best. Scupper gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryosho in the only way it could. And, accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle. Ah, purple.
저기 해결사님들 너무 억울한 표정 짓지 마시죠.
The only problem.
당신들이 방심해서 진 게 아니라 제가 졸라 세서 이긴 거거든요. 이걸로 이번 월간 해결사들에 나온 주목해야 할 신진 해결사 사무소도 처리 끝났네.
The only problem with the middle team is the damage output dramatically lowers when you stagger the enemy. Ah! Yes! That is exactly what I was hoping for.
함께 파헤쳐 볼까요? 당신에게 남은 생명의 맥덩을.
It was just 30 short from me being able to get the other. I thought I would do a full, just for good luck. But nah, it didn't happen. Oh well. Well, I need more threads anyways.
아방가르드까지 무엇 하나 빠짐이 없도록 제가 직접 큐레이팅 해드리죠.
Yeah. And there we go, Honglu. With such vibrant freshness even after an entire day outside the storage. In a mere month, you have absorbed the finer points of this technique, like a sponge, down to the microscopic subtleties, only relentless obsession can hope to capture. A chalky white gallery showered in even drier sterile light. Laid upon the sharp-angled machine palm was a beating bright red heart, just as the child observed. Earlier, there was a vibrant sheen to it, as though it only recently removed from storage or a body. Faust intends to commit your teachings in their entirety to Faust, down to the smallest marginalia, because Faust is a genius. You may succeed, yet indeed. Many students have I cultivated under my tutelage, but I have not seen anyone master the arts as quickly as Faust does, not since that child. I have no more heart sculpting lessons to give. Starting tomorrow, we will shift our focus to the details. Do you mean to let Fascia partake in your artwork again? Yes, it would be best if Fascia experienced the work in the most holistic manner. Through okay. Bravo, utter perfection, both the journey and the destination. The child closed his eye, his lips drawing in a satisfied smile. His bliss could be attributed not only to his reunion with his long-lost delight of guiding a protege, but also to the fact that the protege was a rare kind of voracious genius who readily devoured his teachings. When do you expect Fascia to be completed? Uncertain as of yet. The intensity of dedication seems to directly correlate with the anxiety about shortcomings. Maestro, how much time did you dedicate to perfecting tibia? Many years, a decade of which was solely dedicated to sculpting and polishing its form. Chad gazed down upon tibia, his eye gleaming not with pride but with love, but something more. When tibia earned its status as a magnum opus, it was for its plasticity. It retains the nigh infinite possibilities of the human corpus and automated judgment to instinctively transform, lengthen, and harden itself in response to environmental stimuli. My colleagues at the Ring were most captivated by tibia, but that tibia was a once-in-a-lifetime project, as its creation consumed the entirety of my physical corpus. If plasticity is the primary concern, perhaps the corpus of another worthy of aesthetic appreciation could have been used as medium for your next project. The corpora of others are unfamiliar media when compared to one's own. After all, none knows the body more intimately than its owner. Potentialities and limitations alike, mine I perceive in exact precision. The act of artistic creation using media, with which one is so innately unfamiliar, only serves to fill the world with pointless mediocrities, don't you think? Truly, Maestro. So, never dismiss the hours dedicated to work as squandered, Faust. Your art has subsumed even parts of your cerebral matter. Time will only perfect it. Your choice of subject matter, so very experimental and philosophical, I might add, interests me. In particular, I am curious to see what inspiration the project might offer once it is completed. Thank you. The child's protege gave him a light nod of appreciation, soon lifted her eyes to inquire, her voice curious. If I may be so bold, Maestro, could you tell me the reason why you have not removed your other eye and your hair? I seek perspective to explore different avenues in this existential meditation. Well asked. To begin, this isn't my hair. It's a sort of prosthesis painstakingly woven with organic fibers. Perhaps one day I shall teach you this technique as well. Indeed, its intricacies pale abreast blood vessels or tendons, but the imitation of hair can be an illuminating learning process to learn how color composition creates detail, and how lines can come together to form a sense of depth. As for design, yes, I would be remiss to abandon such an indispensable window upon which inspirations are reflected. However, I must be considerate of the gracious host of audience who, from just behind my eye, appreciate my life and artistic endeavors within. Oh, he's aware. Audience? Do you mean to say that your eye is a prosthesis connected elsewhere? Not quite. Though it is an inheritance, it is also a precious jade that I alone must safeguard. There was once a time when I thought it was but a tool to quell their boredom, something to let them see the world outside. But once I studied it myself, once I explored its intricacies, I must say I was positively flabbergasted. It even helped me understand that there was something Cramps and Granny simply could not let go. Yes, what a fascinating creation it is. And that is why I did not integrate it into Tibia, so that it may fulfill the worth inherent in its existence. I see. Has my answer been helpful enough? Oh, yes, it was but a question born out of contemplation over the concept of connection. The protege's curiosity was yet to be fully sated, but the child simply nodded in acceptance. Acceptance that his protege had already matured, paving her path through that diverged from his own. She merely needed a question to confirm the gaze of others, no more. Very well, then. Let's call it a day, said the child, noticing the flickering light by his wrist. Ah, do we have guests? Yes, we do. The corridor has seen quite a lot of uninvited guests as of late. Uninvited guests. Visitors with intentions other than appreciate my galleries. Some of them discourteous enough to vandalize my installations or, in more severely troublesome cases, attack me. Should you will me so, I could assist you with trouble of such nature. That won't be necessary. All outcomes are in unpredictable flux until they are experienced firsthand, no? If these visitors are the civil kind, it would only be right that I return their kindness by playing the curator to this gallery of mine. With a recent addition, it would be quite a timely visit for them. I must admit, I am also motivated by a curiosity to find out whether my newfound intent during my tenure here has been properly communicated. The child gave a faint smile, then began descending the spiral staircase, along with the protege. It was indeed no false alarm. A squad of people, all dressed in bright blue gear, was wandering the gallery of art installations. Though it was quite a spacious hall, they were threading their way through the sculptures, between the sculptures with extra caution. Has this location ever been recorded before? By the looks of it, we just walked into one of the ring's galleries. No, I think we might have stepped wrong somewhere along the way. This might be the first time this location's been observed. And from the tense anxiety tinting their voices as they talked to each other, it was clear that they had stumbled in here by accident. It's the Wayfarer team. Hey, who knows? Might be one of those places where no one survived to deliver the report. Greetings. There's been a recent influx, I guess, in the same uniform as yours. Ah, could it be that you are their colleagues? If only you had made a group reservation ahead of time. Your visit. I would have prepared a more structured curation for our visitors. I don't suppose you were terribly interested in that? Right, I suppose he's the one who caused all those no-returnee expeditions. Where to engage? None. It seems that today's guests are quite impatient. The strangers in blue all raised their weapons and braced for a fight. But the child returned their hostility, and with a graceful, amicable bow, allow me to introduce myself first. I am Hong Lu, maestro and the proud owner of this gallery. A private gallery, I might add. We rarely receive guests who lack even the frailest connection to this establishment, let alone an invitation or a reservation. Still, I will always view the expanding accessibility of art to the public as a positive development, regardless of how it occurs. Art? What? Is that what they call these bone chunks? Let's not provoke him. I think we just walked into a corporous gallery of the ring. I don't want to find out how he'll react to negative reviews of his work. No, this is most wonderful. That is a complete layperson. That a complete layperson could possess the knowledge of the art movement I spearhead. So, we're good. It's true that many without the predilection toward gore find it difficult to appreciate the aesthetic philosophy of corporate art. As much as I desire to invite many to delve headfirst into this artistic discipline, I mourn the reality that there are restricting hurdles that prevent understanding. That is why I have sought out a new avenue of contemplation the day I became a maestro. Knowingly or not, Every corner, every side, every surface of your lives is touched by movements of art. If I could weave and coalesce these slightest brushes into a singular, all-encompassing masterpiece, something that could move the hearts of all fellow men, yes, then I could be said to have created the true magnum opus of the century. And that was the child's honest, genuine belief. As others placed the blame upon him for the movement's struggles, for the absence of its anchor, he slowly faded from the mainstream and became a has-been so far removed from his prime. But even after he arrived at the House of Spiders, he never once stopped creating his art for that singular purpose. Art that could be understood and appreciated by every resident of the city, even those without the slightest connection to the discipline. A thread that makes kindred souls out of all of humanity. Out of all. Yeah. At the end of that lone red thread. No. I am tripping over my words. At the end of that lone red thread was looped at the tip. Red thread was looped at the tip of its fingers, the culmination of its endeavor. This thread is twined threefold from the tendons of the right heel cord, taken from a certain material that flickered my first light of inspiration. The subject matter, deconstruction and reinvention. Let's follow the thread, shall we? Please do join me as each artwork of my oeuvre tells its tale and slowly familiarize yourselves with it. 854 signals. Wait, is this? They're all organic tissue. The readings are coming from. They're above us. No, under us. Wait. Behind the curtains, inside the pillars, they're everywhere. And now, we together witness the moment of convergence. Excitement pulsing through his machine body, the child gently tugs at the thread. And the two lost souls, unwitting and unwilling participants of his performance, watch helplessly as red and pale something emerge from every surface around them with a discomforting din. The child's research and studies honed and perfected over many years in the House of Spiders. This is disgusting. Who in their right mind would call this art? Oh, please, don't give up so quickly. Many have culminated and yet may have culminated in yet another failure. Now the show begins. But it may be that failures and the like no longer matter to the child, for he is but a madman, a maestro who has long since forgotten his once desperate desire to be understood, to be acknowledged. The lack of acknowledgement from the audience only signified the dullness of their sensibilities. After all, he had faith that one day someone will arrive with due recognition. Title: Corpus Theater. Do enjoy. Wait. How many minutes ago was that hydrate? I apologize if I missed the hydrate, thank you. I require experience tickets.
실험 결과에 잡음이 조금 낀 모양이군. 결국 대갚아냈지만
아슬아슬한 합격점이었다는 생각이 드네.
시연 준비가 완벽하지 않았다는 건
정리 완료.
That should be enough. Okay, it was close.
마지막까지 잘 갚아줬군. 아슬아슬한 합격점이었다는 생각이 드네.
There. That took a bit. Okay, and in order to get this up... Oh, I do have enough. I just need threads. I suppose I could do that. There. And we return to the story. I think this is where we left off.
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
Ah, I don't have gloom. Who is not? Oh. Pequod.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, ISB thither half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV is gone, the couch too. As Kara said, only a conspicuous empty space is left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those? LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah. Otis seemed to notice something the moment she got Kara's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with a feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell ya all about what I know. So, come this way if you want it. These two doors here, made from paper and wood, they connect to S Corp. And that one, reinforced with steel, that one leads to V Corp. Backstreets, where, having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kara was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kara and accompanied by Elan, we checked for the doors one by one. Good work, all data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals, too. It ain't doing anything shady like warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me like you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Yes, Heathcliff, you did. You criticized the door. This mousepad is just melting every day. I don't know how, and I don't know why. Oh god, it's on my finger. Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet. That appears to be the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. To say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and settling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. I guess sometimes you can either end up in the deep sea or in space. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working out much better than I'd expect. Very well, then. Let's take a look at the last door. Ah. It's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kara into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar salty scent trickled the tip of my one of my clock hands. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray Porsche. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute, isn't that... It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has the Salon de Muelo, the private hair salon. Ricardo? Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, and so the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, doth this signify, then, that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villain stars back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment brought upon our merry band has severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got one to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at the Mola place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle femme for a favor, and he'd bring a load of coupons back home. Give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so... what am I even yapping about? All excited. Kara seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause, like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell, as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did helicopter moves. But it's also true that these guys went out of the way to get me out of there, so even though they didn't know me so well, what's it gotta be so complicated? What is gave you that anesthetic, BC? Bowl cut. The heck's a BC bowl cut? Bruh, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryosha seemed almost gleeful to hear Kurt writing her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, executive manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games here he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within the trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to appear hindwards as at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse brothers, caring enough to bring the gifts, but one day I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest? Pray tell. Was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember. Wonder why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't something that happened at school? Oh. Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Bass must have been talking about out of his ass. Huh? No way. Bro, I even saw a clip of... What? Papa showed me that video of when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw Baby Hugo and I'm off to school dad in that video. I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't As Kira went on, Ryoshi's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshi didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school, and I never even wanted to. And I wanted to glimpse that fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the Ring. Academy. Sure it was a school, not like an art academy or something like that. Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, it must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Ryoshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of the puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock, you deserve a smack. Aye. And then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scat. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perceptive on Matthias. How do I go to school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nested, formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw the picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, abandon is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring, companionship with other talented children of approximately her age. Will nourish the spirit of inspiration will guide Yoshihide's growth. Hello, Noah. Welcome. Limbus Company. The prescript approves. But Cullist, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? He did remember his account's password. What do you mean? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Twitch account. Oh, are you... I see, you're saying that because I haven't streamed it. No worries, if I forgot that, I would actually just lose my account, probably. Of course, I would when... Of course I would. When all we ever did was nod along to lectures and spout people purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Noah, please. Our lesson today will be... We'll focus on corporist techniques. Now, take a good look at the diagram here and the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and... I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of this slug is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better? I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed-up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow, gore stuff. No, it's a... Yeah, it's gore, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Ah, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist. Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family, like Matthias did either. It's just what I taught. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. Mom, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all up. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay. I punched him this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? He's running off to get milk. I see where this went. Oh no. Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? That'll be on for you know it. Okay, it's a bro business. No, it's family business. I ain't seeing so bad if I was taking care of. Those snotty sots don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. Huh. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you. Then the story would have ended right there, with a pat on my head. What? I mean, the middle doesn't stop there, it never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah. And he did what he did in the end. Huh? Haha. There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Damn it. I know. I said I'll be back after you know it, but I got a little lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard stricken mazes. You know how they are. Oh, yeah. There are so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone would agree that they did one sorry job at keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't get much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? Ah, how do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, Andy. How daring. Such a senseless, barbaric, violent, and cultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias wouldn't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna, Yoshihide. I don't want to go to an academy. I don't want to go. I don't need friends anymore. So, let's see. Matthias is the overprotective dad, and then Callisto is the one that unironically cares for learning. If Callisto wasn't part of the ring, he might have actually been a good dad. Matthias is... Matthias. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room of my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryosha recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryosha patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that, gesture. Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Yeah, I didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted, and even got angry on your behalf. Oh, days of memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking about it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look there, those blokes walking out of the salon. Found us, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find the field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Falvis Guild. However, various evidence, such as their mask and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to Manager Team Milan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop. Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sisters in the middle will be here at any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention, but we certainly don't want the middle coming after us in the House of Spiders 2. Sounds like you got a GI talk. Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, executive manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it should be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Milan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door, long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to new emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the Ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait. That door leads to his zone under his Syndicate or Wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Falvis began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they are relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. Okay, and Rian was the knower who was forced into the position of just watching. Yeah, free scripts will do that.
영감이 떠올랐어.
아이씨, 짜증나서.
Ah, I should have checked. Are there new variants? Or is it still Bird and Wolf?
저것들 전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
Still the same? Alright.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
혈관의 독도. 나쁘지 않아요.
절대로 크게 잡고
이제야 친해졌네요.
Oh, Hong Lu is actually missing his other eye. Oh. Oh god.
그걸로 제각했군.
I feel like this Hong Lu is more of a bad end Hong Lu than the actual bad end Hong Lu.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다.
Yeah,
팔구의 첨원 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고.
if I get the new Ryoshu, or not Ryoshu Road, yeah. Not only will I have a Gloom skill, the clashing will be better. Fuck it. I did one earlier, got nothing. Did it get in? Nothing. 15 pulls in? Nothing. Curse everyone into luck. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle corridor. Honestly, the bad end Hong Lu feels like the least bad end ID out of all the bad end IDs. Yeah, I can't really call it a bad end. Because it's like... he overthrew the Hongguan. It's not really a bad end. It's just a rebellion ID. Aha. And there we have it, D. It's a rebellion ID, not a bad end ID. If I were to use the same kind of logic for describing the paths in Elsword characters, they have 4 job paths, and often one of them is transformation themed, and then the other one is rebellion themed. And usually the transformation themed ones are the bad ends. So if we consider that, then you could in effect say that his ID is simply just a rebellion ID. And that would also mean Spice Bush is a rebellion ID. As for Sinclair, I don't know. The one who shall grip Sinclair is... it could be called a bad end, it could also be... I don't know. Feels more like a canon one. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door, too. Made my life a whole lot easier. Unless, of course, you count the fact that Hong Lu is basically starting the Wing War. I mean, G Corp Gregor. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs Corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in this basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs Corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the content of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor leads to. So much she has shady scrap papers. She's been keeping up with those with that useless shit this whole time. But yeah. Hong Lu starting a wing war. I would say that would also still fall in line with rebellion. Personally. Useless shit. Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. Thank you for the hydrate, awesome. You found one of our backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here. So, I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesara Beckett. P-Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Literally the only thing that count it as bad end. And killing Shishu in that as well. Yeah, but that's more of a bad end for Ishmael. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then, with Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to go follow the corridors to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective, some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Haha. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fault. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hong Lu's head. What happened to Hong Lu? Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of, don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe it. Look at you now. We're right where it happened. But your arm is stable. See? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest importance of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? Shh. That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now it's our chance to learn more about him. You sharing such an IS about him So for once, I walk away. Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Ads are starting in a minute. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was, and it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that's what changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's awful. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease. You never know when its symptoms will set it off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first
True,
to
an
step
ad
up
break
when
is
people
starting.
began to spiral into self-hatred. And to begun, so I think I will go be right back while they happen. Okay. Okay, I am back. Thank you, dude. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. Aside from beating him up. Well, what made it tough last time was Gregor was against 3 people, I think. Heathcliff and Rodnia, yeah. Heathcliff and Rodnia. He was against Heathcliff and Rodnia. And Virgilius was there, but let's be honest, Virgilius at the present, he probably does not equal all 12 sinners anymore. I would say more like 5 or 6 sinners all at once. So he uses ego and he uses Shin and Mong, which means he has significant willpower, but in order to use Shin and Mong, you don't really have to be strong. But to use ego, well, it seems like Shinmong and ego are all hand in hand, so unironically, if someone has ego, they could very much get Shinamong. So the one closest to Shinamong is Heathcliff. Still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to, no matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, at first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Hung Lu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with his arm, I was relieved. Imagine that, the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception. A potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Yasong. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all of that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly, barely, holding on to the idea that living's gotta live on and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Also, I'd like to bring us back to when we got Ryoshu back in the contract. Maybe that would be a possibility for more sinners later on. Just, I don't know. Because if you look at Kara during the fights, you could see that she has ego. She has ego slots. It might be an oversight, but they're there. It's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur. Even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering, the same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this should be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Well, yeah, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valencia, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes, as if they're something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distracted you from the past, you'd come to a pause, to spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by, are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both inevitable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people that talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner where you're hiding in. Aw, man, they knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't mind really. But what's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No, temporary. Accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Gara, do you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to? No. Duh. That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think I'd just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh, yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really, that lad. And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long enough without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you... on here. From all that grind, let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old thing. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, what the hell are you talking about? Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect the question toward you, Tsunoryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumb Nurse Father showed particular attachment to, or the door she used most often? What was that sound even? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with the metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't work easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But, Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Sit tight, don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her, and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck-deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge of inner profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why, though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valencia on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nest? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that back door will drop us in a trench they dug during the war? Yeah, McGregor will be the one to open it. With me. Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of the sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around, isn't that so? If you come to understand that, the war is really over, and what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety their arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the best treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Berger walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking a slow, deep breath. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held up high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You're nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream. But I was still... Oh, no, don't tell me we're gonna fight Gregor. Again. Ah, shit. Wait. Nope, it's just more ring. Oh. Oh, I'm forced to use Gregor.
물리력을 취급하게 하는 건 좋지 않다만.
Okay.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아 보죠.
This place. It's just a boring old office. I was kinda ready to be shook, but thinking about we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company, and my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Speaking of the boss man, look at him right there. He looks so stern and so angry, like he's just judging everyone. Hello, thy employer. Hail, most of our soul, a humble knight errant of unyielding conviction. Do salute thee with a heart ablaze and righteous ardor. May thy path be ever beset by trials most worthy, that thy honor might shine as a beacon against the encroaching dark. Hello, welcome. Out of sight, out of mind, you know, you can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Greg grins a bitter mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher-ups just had to holler, hey, event hire, and I'd scuttle right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Huh? Head manager Ted? Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces. Oh, wait. Oh, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. So, how are you doing? Me? Same old, well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found a new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. And is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh, yeah. You were gonna sell that, commemorative coin. Some kind of metal, right? And we got paid good money for that. Rusty commemorative coin. Look at me, asking how's life been to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's having you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass up in the executive VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up from his bootstraps, about how in every peril and an opportunity waiting to be found, blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how I used to call you special employment fella? Nepo Force a few days ago. A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out, he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual... Is that word even safe to use? Though thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone talks about by the water cool. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. Thank you for the hydrate, dude. They hate how their glory days are behind them. Kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreets kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back, and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left is to go up. You said something like that before, yeah. Yeah, guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Eh? What's a pretty unique prosthesis? That's a pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries, but it seems that you are on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get a chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Oh no, it's the invasion of the old men. Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean that we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I we're both trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager, bud. Can't say can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet, even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry. I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Alan figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Ah, man, it's those ass hands again. Weird. The corridor is not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more foulness pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ring nurse father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all. Dante. You're giving orders like that, Dante. Unbelievable. Okay. Charge, charge, charge.
어디 시험해 보지.
Bruh.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
노력은 가상하잖아. 전 시퀀스 작동.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
어디 시험해 보지.
The middle always prevails. I guess you could say. I don't know.
예술적이네요.
어디 시험해 보지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
마지막으로 남길만.
저것들 전부 녹여.
감상은 어떤가요?
상관없지?
훌륭한 단말만.
이제 홍보해드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
Okay. Well, that one's done.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고.
Okay.
작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다.
Gregor.
팔구에 처음 온 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고.
Basement.
귀한 거거든.
Why is it only 2? What is happening? Oh, he's not needed. Like, he's not... How do I...
밧줄 단단히 묶어라.
교류회. 설레네요.
Pick what Huna is ex mittel. Yes. Oh, we're in the index now. Oh, okay. Once we dealt with the Falvis, who invaded the Thumner's father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes. And ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something. So I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today, I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down on doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Yeah, sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little, no, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice. Oh, pray tell. Wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, the ring, yet the index and pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. Representations of the pinky and the index apprentice are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that the same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. Hello, Lobdiskin. Hello. It's been a long time since we have, well, you know, since the last time I stripped and all that, but, you know. I've been. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arayashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. That is good. I have also been good. There is a new event on Limbus, and I am doing the stream. We are about... why would I forget people that follow me or watch my streams? I try to remember, okay? My memory is bad, though. So, I can't remember 100%, unfortunately. There are things that... You now have electric guitar. Hell yeah. You playing some jams? I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see, so that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Roshu? Let's say the world is made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you piece some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryosha fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash like it was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Hope I had to go through 4 ramp-up stages to remove seals to, like, even make full use of a sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps ours. Huh? T.O.? There's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. Ah, I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. CPU. They rarely gather in big groups. That's pretty unlikely. Ow, ow, what's that for, Yoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with a sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't STS, I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Alright. Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Arias. Dante? You saw that too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of his own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, that's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head on. Let's not keep Alan waiting. You were directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we've walked past in other nests. You know, it's a very Rayan thing to do. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement, and that's a body. Okay. And emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement. Whenever the Masgun's beeper rang, he'd walk through the door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here. Up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts, though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. Basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food. And the cells were all completely empty, save for what looks like a makeshift bathroom in each one of them. I'm sorry, what is that in the corner? It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait. That staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Friggin' annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another grave for body blocking the door. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer it if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods, I mean prescripts, but Nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Otis? Otis, are you secretly part of the Index? Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Ryan's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories, alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Oh god, we're actually fighting paper slips. Names. Prescript chasing. I think they're all the same. Nope, this one's different. Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paper slip is the most commonplace and most preferred by many. Then the question we must ask is, how many forms might the prescripts take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join us to explore the answers together? Modest blade, unassuming, and unworthy of note. Yet, in following the prescript, the fulfilling of its directives, the aid of messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teachings of the proxies, it is slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. Ah, interesting. So their blades get stronger the more prescripts they fulfill. So the middle gets stronger with tattoos, which is made from the index or the ring, and well, maybe from the ring. And these have swords. Suddenly, now I'm wondering if the ring is just like entirely behind everything. Ah, they want to target Hong Lu. And they are fast. They're very fast.
어디 시험해보지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
전 시퀀스 작동.
얼마나지?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
그 정도 각오로 우리 식구를 건드려.
Hmm.
어디? 쉬는 곳이.
Use it against more healthy enemies.
이 정도쯤은
A 5-coin skill? Whoa.
왜냐면 예술을
Gary's been holding back.
못하지만 나도 녹이면서 될 수 있거든.
내가 봐주마.
이거 공감 맞지?
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램. 아이씨 짜증나게.
이제 한 사람의 상황을 보이고 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티아의 멜로디가
통상듯한
일시방정.
Right.
배가 팠습니다.
저의 뼈를 그려잡고 저의 살로 태어난 외면의 예술.
예술적인
지원하지.
차 부숴줄 테다.
아이씨 짜증나게.
이거 공감 맞지?
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
얼마나지?
지원하지.
Ah,
재밌겠는데? 되겠냐고요.
이제야 친해졌네요.
what's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihue star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be Dihue star, just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So, what's there up the stairs? I'm not entirely sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. Insert Rian jump scare.
우리 해결사님들 너무 억울한 표정 짓지 마시죠. 당신들이 방심해서 진 게 아니라 제가 졸라 세서 이긴
More
거예요.
index. Wow.
아, 이걸로 이번 월간 해결사들에 나온 주목해야 할 신진 해결사 사무소도 처리 끝났네.
Okay. Is there... Does he have envy? No, he does not. He has gloom. The unfortunate moment when you realize he does not have any... I mean, no, this isn't even envy. This is poise. And this is, speed. This is... burn. Wake up. Barn, yeah. Yeah. Lantern? No. What about this? Poise, of course. Basis song? Of course. What was I expecting? Okay. Tremor. Yeah, there's nothing. Ryoshu, not Ryoshu. Rodnia. Nothing. Matthias. Otis.
교류회. 설레네요.
No, there's 5 of them now.
아파주마.
Nah, it's okay. Francis secretly is Vi identity. Rings Vi. Wow, that was fast.
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
아이씨, 짜증나게.
And just starting soon. Oh, yep, there is the notification. Don't fire. Just start in about 55 seconds. Well, 50 seconds now. Maybe, I'll just say 40. Give it 40.
말하지.
이거 금강 맞지?
필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
엄마만큼은 못하지만 나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
양반이 떠올랐어.
반항하지마.
창구에서 삭제.
True and ad
Alright,
break
have
is
begun.
starting.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 이 정도쯤은
되겠냐고요.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
좋아. 창구에서 삭제.
이거 금방 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 필살기 가져가요.
차 부숴줄 테다. 얼려라지.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을. 저것들 전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
재밌겠는데?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
얼려라지.
Welcome back from the ads. Hopefully nothing was too cursed.
차 부숴줄 테다.
되겠냐고요.
Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door, like there was some big secret behind it. Alright, looks just like any other average family home. Ugh, oh man, I get cleanings up at shore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. Thick layer of dust covering every surface in the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Looks like there were drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Ah, now I realize what this is. Ah, poor Rian. Something bad have happened in here. Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee and they never got to return. Yeah. Lots of evidence suggested that suggesting that the open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from the home for some reason, never to return. I don't know. It's kind of hard to narrow it down because it's really could have been everything. Anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Rosho? Thank you for the hydrate date. Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Ryan. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe burn at Leosha's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. That's a lie. Ryoshu knows what that is. I think it was a drawing. Oh, it was the waves, the sea.
완벽한 장부집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다.
It was about Ryan.
8구의 처음 온 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
Sangria. Oh, we got something dangerous here. I mean, I could buy a box, I think. Yeah, I'll buy a box. Ah, wait, it's a dungeon? Oh, shoot. It's a dungeon.
밧줄.
연구자에게 자꾸 물리력을 취급.
키만 잡고 있을 때
연구자에게
복짓 각 정리요원은 위치로. 곧 열차 정리가 시작된다.
키만 잡고 있을
복지팀의
각정 손맛이 뭔지 보여주지.
Ah, like Cassetti.
우동한 자가 없다면
I understand. So that means there is no turn limit on this one. After leaving Ryan's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Great work. Now, that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Ah, the old man is revealing his face again. Ah! His glasses remind me of someone. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. That's the first time he actually addressed us. Okay, glad we could help. Dante replies that they're happy to have been of assistance. Well, then it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Lon returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one, And even though I was certain we'd traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which, unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so thought I'd come visit. Ah, the Pinky Apprentice. It's someone y'all have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by our Shiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I talked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So, when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. They're scabbard shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was YUM, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. Well, don't let Ryoshu into the kitchen, that's for sure. Ryoshu and Ryan Shogun, same thing. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school. With sausages cut like octopi and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? I am. Didn't you know there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry? So, I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopi. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. So like this? What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? Isn't it all the SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is it so important? But there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. I don't understand. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? I mean, it means I don't understand. That's when you say I don't know. SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places... Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kara and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Marceau, who realized what was indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments. So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures. They'd send more than fodder to the house of spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Wolf mask? It really is as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions, is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Falvist we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of foul civility. Sure, you're at the right address, lady. Roboing's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I am not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze, even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the coral. We let them observe us too freely. What does that mean? The Falvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing? For once. My name is Rufo. Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Falvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply, and Araya too rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I am afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know. She's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she's a docent of the school of Falvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo at the thumb, or a big sibling of the middle. Barely that make her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune even Lei Hing. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Hing. Our chances are HOM. Half or more? I like those odds. Half of half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre, recovered from the house, were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferocity with which you scarred the walls and the floor as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Falvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define what we call the favia? Well, these are the subject matters that have led us Falves into the field of feral creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater value, much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the ring's art. Or not, I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Didn't the site you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such a multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic taste. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair and the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities, that is, of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Rosharetti's her scabbard. Pointillist Falvis, Suprematus, Blau Raiders Cubist. I visited my share of the Rings galleries and heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callistos, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meanings where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its essence. Making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Falvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then, I suppose I have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it will be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docket of Le Falvisme, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Interesting. Everyone has a glowing eye now, I guess. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we, Les Fabs, are the ones who awaken and express the fairity of those that we call wild beasts among them. Touche hardy. Wolfen claws, lynx claws, and even those of turtles, so minuscule yet intricately arranged. What a bold expression. Ah. So it's basically, what was her name again? Dulcinea. One might ask, what even distinguishes Les Fals from factions such as Haisho's Arcorp packs? Haisho's Arcorp packs and more than incorporate beasts into their identities. A reasonable query of that there is no doubt. To that I say, we are distinguished by the transcendence of beastliness into artistic costumery, while the Haishos have mindlessly into their
it into their jams it into their anatomy is disregarding their aesthetic qualities. Huh. Yeah, it's kind of like Dulcinea. Oh. The skills are getting redirected to the minions. Or not. Ah, Heathcliff, bye.
짜증나게.
I really need to remember if this fight has a time limit. I thought it was a dungeon, so I didn't really pay attention.
양반이 떠올랐어.
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 아이씨, 짜증나게.
Hungry, please.
정신 차리게. 장부에 따르면 맨정신에 죽여야 하니까.
엄마만큼은 못하지만
That is a lot of skills.
이기면서 뵐 수 있거든.
That is a lot. And it's unfortunate. Hung Lu, why are you breaking the chain?
차 부숴줄 테다. 자, 변신 완료.
우선이에요.
아이, 짜증나게.
잠깐 정지. 너 기념품을 주고 갔잖아. 거기 그대로 있어. 기념품을 집어넣어줄 테니까.
이 정도쯤은
게이지 맥스.
필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Thank you for the hydrate, Deke.
보자 너.
이제 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
아이씨, 짜증나게.
예술적이네요.
영감이 떠올랐다.
잠시 아파도 참아주세요. 장담할게요. 사람만큼 훌륭한 음악을 만들어주는 건 없어요.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, here we go again. Hopeless.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
짜증나게.
Healing. True.
얼얼하지?
So really had the privilege to behold my prized needlework. Hello, Tanya. Ah, everything's just targeting Faust.
내가 봐주마.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕.
항상 저희 영감은 일깨워 주시는군요. 가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
두려우신가요? 다시요.
아쉽네요. 좀 더 멋진 상 남은 작품이 되길 바랬는데.
이거 공감 맞지?
Faust did not have the armor gun, Deke. Faust did not have an evade.
당신도 꽂혀보세요. 누군가에게 저주받는 기분이 어떤 것인지.
정보다도 풍자요. 생명 속에 파묻힌 그대. 여기서 빛은 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 아르카나 드레이거!
Fair. Huh. It's in the background. Heh.
차 부숴줄 테다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
통상대탄 전 시퀀스 작동.
Hmm. Oh. Does not trigger defense skills. Yeesh. Goes up to 28.
정보를 읽고 있습니다.
I mean, I could do that.
보자 너. 모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
분노 게이지 맥스.
보자 너. 늘어졌네.
Look at that bleed count with Snag Harpoon. They went from 1 to 11.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이
Did that
나만의
fight
신금을 울리지는
have a time limit? No, it just had a clear stage. Okay.
여전히
Cool.
반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을
And I almost have enough for the the Merceau. Good. See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about finding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. In order to follow the swing, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The Dalkin raised her giant arm as though to strike us in our final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the floor, upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for her. Mid-sentence, the Dalkin suddenly went limp, like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought, at least our last words were going to be succinct. Thus we are made foes with yet another finger, the ring. Oh, 07. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off here. Gregor has a point. Wait, what? Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin, even if you had not been here, Kira. Faust? This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore as long as we're with Clock. Big brother. Huh. Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive men. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. And yeah, I mean, we have to consider Kara is more than half, like less than half her original strength because half her body got cleaved off by Matthias. She lost half her tattoos. Prithee, speak not of such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine alone. Huh? Mine own. Okay. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we've a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit. Where'd the exit go? Don't tell me. The exit changes every time someone walks through it. No. Can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and backstreets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Plus, most of the time she was either too slow to clash or didn't even help you much from not clashing that much. Yeah, that's also true. I mean, I would hope that Kara would at least apply some bleed, but her skills mostly just inflict blunt damage extra. Honestly, her kit design is very Library Ruina, not Limbus Company. It's like she's straight out of Ruina. Across the broken door we might, however it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor afore it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days, thanks to Rhodia. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the Elcor branches or a dungeon, so... yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword. It still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory will slice away this time, but it'll be something recent or one I hold dear. Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. If you don't count the reusing of coins, true. Plus, there's also the fact that the boss almost actually ran out of bleed count. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude toward sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? Radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of the Doors up there. There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk. That of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. That wolf lady's last words, man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move. Yeah, but I think Yoshiide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshi's memory. No, we were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Orion's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart again. Bruh. Even still, Orion released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark of Ryoshi's memories... all that effort. The next destination. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, and I didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible. Even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like that there isn't enough alarm in his voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? Ah, I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen, W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp, we call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp's still kicking despite its rapid decline in recent years. And, as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base, and shared with Oenheim everything that's happened so far. Oenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryoshi's memory and sword re-examined. Oh, Oenheim, results out yet? Not yet, Assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes, but you've forgotten already. He talks too much. Ryosha sounded irritating as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stump at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad, you're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Ah! And speed up glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab my passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, "STFU." Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turn touting him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to STFU, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Ha! You think Yoshihide would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day unwind after work, though. And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device, almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with manager Saad? Effie? I would have asked in past tense if it had been him whom I was referring to. Glad Miss Saad wasn't here for that. That kid, right. I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? As she did. Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she's fed to a seagull. Fie upon it, dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryosho and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days' worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Araya Shiki, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. Wait, so Araya Shiki became an ego. What? And in a minute. Ryoshu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinner Ryoshu's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Araya Shiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever, as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking, it was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You've performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It becomes rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, every memory has been restored. As presumed...
An ad break is starting.
As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. I think the event is coming to an end soon, so I should probably start considering if I'm going to raid out. But for now, I think there's still a little bit more left. Next stream, I'm probably going to play Second Stellar. Or if I play Limbus Company, it will be the Mirror Dungeon, because I need to do Extreme Mode. You know, just things like that. If it's Second Stellar, I'm on the last node. Is this the last node, or is the node after this the last node? Also, sometimes I can't help but feel like Twitch ads don't actually exist for me. Like, I get them on other streams, and then whenever they happen for me, I swear, everyone just does not get them. I don't know if I should be happy or sad, because, like, if the ads aren't happening and I'm just waiting around for nothing, then what's the point? What's the point of having ads? Whatever. This one, you think, though? Then yeah, I'll probably end stream after this node. I still do need to find someone to... if you have turbo, that could be why. I don't know if anyone's alive, though. I kind of have not opened Discord this entire time. You don't? My next guess is browser. Maybe it's the browser if you use, I forgot what it was called. You did get an ad midstream, though. Oh. Well, I mean, I'm running them for 3 minutes again, because that makes it so I only need an ad break every hour. But in the past, I did run them for like 30 seconds per hour. But the way ads work on Twitch is... You got one? Well, welcome back, Awesome Night. Hopefully it wasn't too cursed. And speaking of ads, the ad break officially ends in 1-0. Ads are done. Hopefully nothing was too cursed and I can continue. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that someone used to be in that negative space. Many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshi said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You have just stepped foot into the world of Sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away like a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the jibe will restore it. What used to be here, in the pockets of void of my heart, my one and only, Ryoshi's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sodom Pilot in recovery. Did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, kind of feels like we're home again. It's dark. Return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Heh. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kara's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door, and it will bring you to the empty spot, right to an empty spot on a highway. Yes, we have the Mephi back. Also, apparently we have Kara with us. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Average bus moment. Not. So, what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told him I had some stuff to help you out with, so and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploit the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners should be treated as exceptions to the... Ah, right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces and saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then, hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you. And a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do that right? Acronymize it into L. And call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus end. No sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus hole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited when he has an answer to that question. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N-Corp. So we are going there after all. N-Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N-Corp, Marceau, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though, for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing. Vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to a yet another tale. Oh god. And that is the event. I am a little sad. I did not have enough because I bought boxes. Could not get this. I'll just do a mirror dungeon later. Not an extreme 50 whatever, but you know. One multi. I don't have an addiction to gacha, you do. I have to redo the boss? What do you mean? Oh, wait, you mean for the point. I'm gonna be honest, Zeke, I get more points out of doing the mirror dungeon if this has a floor. It might have a floor. Wait, what's that? Yeah, it has a floor. So yeah, if you want points, just do the mirror dungeon and make sure you pick the floor on hard mode because you get like 500 per. You know what? Stream's going on longer. Screw it. Nah, I'm not doing that. Okay. Next stream is the floor 15 run. Okay, let's see. I mean, milestone's good. Surely I'm not going to have bad luck. Oh, thank God.
매뉴얼은 모두 직접 숙지시켰으니
That could have been bad.
당연한 결과다.
Okay. Yeah, we go in and this team. This setup makes things complicated because I do want to use Gregor so that they charge their charge faster. But yeah, see? It's not a evade with the armor on. You'll do the mirror dungeon once you level up the Merceau, so you'll probably also do the boss stage a few times. Honestly, understandable. This is actually the first time I'm using this Hong Lu in the mirror dungeon. Hong Lu, please. Hong Lu, please. What the heck? Man lost to a robot.
감상은 어떤가요?
I didn't pick any bonuses, did I? I hope not, because this is a run to also accumulate just a little bit of starlight. Flanker, no. Deke, I don't know if we can save that.
장부에 따르면 맨정신에 죽여야 하니까.
되겠냐고.
좋아. 장군.
So, you might be wondering, how do you bleed a robot? Well, you just take a little bit of rouge paint from the ring and you splash it on the robot. There you go, now it's bleeding. You need to watch Star Wars then.
제 안내가 도움이 되셨다면 다행입니다, 형님.
몸을 풀어두죠.
And I'm talking about the old Star Wars. Heathcliff. I wish you didn't have those fried skills.
얼얼하지?
엄마만큼은 못하지만
보지 않나?
나도 녹이면서 할 수 있거든.
E. It's a canon term too, if I remember.
예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
But the reason why Faust couldn't remove the armor in the boss fight previously is because none of the clashes were winning. Kind of weird how that works.
정신 차리게. 장부의 이걸로 제가
And then Sinclair couldn't really stack his book because the boss was redirecting the counters.
감상은 어떤가요?
이제 친해졌네요.
Realistically, my team was actually not a good matchup for that boss. And we're gonna be fighting them again in the mirror dungeon. Yeah. Nebulizer and coffee and cranes. I'm not gonna have enough pride resin for nebulizer. Hmm. One, two, and then if I do this, that's 3. Oh, nice. That's pretty good.
작살 놓치지 말게.
We got unlimited bleed count.
갚아주마.
Muda muda muda.
한줄 긋지.
이거 긴강 맞지?
Thank you for the hydrate, Deke.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
얼려라지.
You know what? Make this even better. White Stain Gossipium. Or, yeah, well, just Gossipium. Because then the enemy never staggers, and I can just counter them more. With bleed.
브레이크 슬램.
We love counts, that's where we're going. Yeah. Take this. Sinking. Bleed. Also, offense level. Ah, God. Wait, no, this is good. Miliaka. We go here.
교류해. 설레네요.
This would be a shame to not have enough envy resin with.
재밌겠는데?
이거 긴강 맞지? 야! 필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
엄마만큼은 못하지만
감상은 어떤가요?
나도 보면서 뵐 수 있거든.
배고팠습니다.
Punch.
제가 샀군.
장부에서 샀지. 좋아, 장부에서 샀지.
되겠냐고요.
It's only 1 p.m.? Wow. What the heck? Sinking gift. Ugh, sinking. Why? Just make it blunt or something.
교류해. 설레네요.
Only care about... I should have just taken a blunt gift at the start then. Wait, no, but these units are not blunt, they're slash. This isn't even a pure blunt team anymore. Oh yeah, and Heathcliff is Pierce.
재밌겠는데?
Let's see, we have 4 units that inflict blunt, and one of them is not even... Yeah, because Ishmael has slash.
24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
Which is just, it's something.
발렛 브레이크 슬램.
엄마만큼은 못하지만.
Yeah, because Ishmael... no, they're all blunt, but
이렇게 하는 건가?
slash.
이렇게?
감상은 어떤가?
이걸로 제가 바꾼.
이게 흥미롭네요.
좋아. 장부에서
보여드려야겠군요.
장부에서
왜냐면 예술을.
Ah, yes, we get funny. Remove everything.
우동은 제가 없다면
And yeah, the Tonfas will do that. Even though they're not really Tonfas, they're... I just don't even know. This Ishmael's weird. They count as a bleed ID, but they also count as burn. Like, literally. See?
이렇게?
Burn and bleed. Doesn't even matter about stacks.
보자 너.
열라 열받고. 이러면 아무것도
신제품의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
시간이 됐어. 나쁘지 않아요.
He's being bonked. And it buffs him because his offense level goes up every time he takes damage from skills. Truly middle performance.
가까워진다. 항해의 끝.
Oh yeah. And he gets an insane amount of poise whenever the enemy gets enough bleed. It's kind of funny. If he has more poise, he inflicts a ton of bleed. If he has a ton of poise... No. If he has a ton of poise, he inflicts more bleed. If the enemy has a bunch of bleed, he gets more poise. That's what I'm trying to say. Nice. More bleed. More. Actually, wait, that also impacts wrath. Nice. I don't need this. Yeet. This doesn't fuse into anything, does it? Neither does this.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
Ah, we're against him again. He wants revenge.
배가 파주마.
이거 공각 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간입니다.
엄마만큼은 못하지만 나를 이기면서 갈 수 있군. 몰라 열받죠? 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
Truly plays like a Ruina
하지?
design. Went back to season 1 for that one.
배가 팠습니다.
Starlight. Oh, no. Yep. More bleed. I request more. This is kind of bad. I mean, I could get a gift with this. How do I view the fusions again? Oh, no. I don't remember how to view the fusions. But I don't really want to do this floor because I hate this thing in particular. Ah, yes. We go in here and just leave the room after we turn off the light. Remember, guys, you need to turn off the light if you're leaving the room. Don't leave it on unless you're
아,
leaving your home, because apparently there is a slight connection to your lights being on and break-ins being less. I don't know how true that is. It would mostly be along the lines of people see the lights are on and then they'll think someone's home.
엄마만큼은 못하지만
영감이 떠올랐어.
나도 이기면서 갈 수 있거든.
얼마나지?
배가 파주마.
이거 공각 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛
보상은 어떤가요?
Or so.
정신 차리게. 장부에 따르면 멘붕 죽여야 하니까.
나쁘지 않아요.
Thank you for the hydrate, Deke.
예술적이네요.
예술에.
It's been like
친해졌나요?
14, 15 minutes now since the last time you redeemed it. You're redeeming them fast.
가까워진다.
훌륭한 단말이네요.
항의 끝.
정신 차리게. 장부에 따르면 정신 차리게. 장부에 따르면 맨정신에 죽여야 하니까.
되겠냐고요. 되겠냐고요.
Poise. You're redeeming them based on Mog's cooldown. Oh.
작살.
So I guess the cooldown there is 15 minutes-ish between? Huh.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
이거 공감 맞지?
That does not sound like a good, or that does not sound like a bad idea.
브레이크 슬램.
Just so people don't drown me every day.
이제 친해졌나요?
엄마만큼은 못하지만
영감이 떠올랐어요.
나도 녹이면서 될수
Oh.
있거든.
Well, it is still a good idea.
예술적이네요.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
This is such pain. Oh god.
마지막으로 남길 말. 반항하지 마.
Also, I'm realizing I should probably put Otis and Yasong as the ring IDs because I believe those have a currency up bonus too. Mhm.
가까워진다. 항의 끝.
I guess I can do that
아파주마.
in the next shop.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Box. No. No. 예.
정신 차리게. 장부에 따르면 원정신의 지배하니까 필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Violet Breaking Slam. Ha. Yeah. Do. Anyways. Oh, super sharp. Look at that. Very funny. Very, very funny. Who was I changing again? Hung Lu, right? No, wait. Shoot. Before I do that, refresh. Yeah, refresh for bleed. What do I got for bleed? Ooh, Gossipium. Tasty. Tangled, also nice. Hung Lu, perfect. Muy magnifico, and then we do Faust because skill 2, and now we refresh and refresh. Why don't kill it? And I sell this because I don't need. Because I want. Fine, I'll do it. Missing out on that. Oh, wait a second, I can do this. Perfect. Everything is bleed. Everything is bleed. I can sell this. I don't really need it. And I don't need it. Because why? We need to max this out so it's actually useful. Gossipium gets much more value when you upgrade it.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
양반이 떠올랐다.
이제 한 사람의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
Yeah. I'm glad I see someone agreeing with me at least.
몰라요. 되겠냐고요.
그걸로 제가 받군.
보자 너.
이거 금강 맞지?
필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
좀
그걸로 제가 받군.
It debuffs enemies so much, it makes take more damage than if they were just stagger from what you heard. Yeah, that's only if you're in an actual like bleed comp though, because
한줄 긋지.
you can't proc bleed if they're staggered.
자 부숴줄 테다.
몰라 열받죠? 이러면 아무것도 못해도.
But let's say they have 99 bleed potency, they get staggered and suddenly they're not taking that 99 anymore. But with Gossipium, they unstagger. Also, their clash power gets reduced, so you're much more likely to win the clash. Especially in the extreme runs, by the way. If you run it with Red Stain and you have max on both Red Stain and White Gossipium, they get like minus 50 combat power or whatever. Combat level. At 99.
예술적이네요.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
그 정도 각오로 우리 식구를
이거 금강 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을. 재밌겠는데? 되겠냐고요. 놀라 열받아. 되겠냐고요.
얼얼하지?
Average bleed gameplay. Yes. We are taking costs because I need to afford the next shop. And you know, it's a middle team. Clash power doesn't matter. Ooh. This might be good for Heathcliff. But he's the only one benefiting, and this would be good because this would transfer burn from defeated enemies to others. So Ishmael would be getting more profit. Ooh, red scene. Yeah, let's go with that. You know, just guys. Sorry, I'm being weird.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아 보죠.
Oh no.
차 부숴줄 테니.
Is it though? Maybe for some people. I don't know if I should drink milk anymore.
얼얼하지?
이거 금강 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 엄마만큼은 못하지만 나를 이기면서 뵐 수 있거든.
I completely forgot about this cup, and it's very suspicious. I poured it this morning.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
살산의 빛. 이제 힘이 섰나요?
이거 금강 맞지?
네.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
That's fine.
한 줄 긋지? 보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을. 영감이 떠올랐어요.
You know what Bloodfiends has over the ring IDs though? The sheer amount of sustain.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
What the? plastic?
나쁘지 않아.
보자 너.
Especially Dawn? Yeah. And you could run Priest Gregor
장부에서 삭제.
as support. Priest Gregor and Sous Chef Ryoshu, and you have all the sustain you need from support.
좋아.
훌륭한
장부에서
단말이네요.
삭제.
And if you don't want bleed on your team, just disrupt, yeah. There you go. Bleed. This is Karakumo though, isn't it? I don't have any gloom.
캐 벨러.
Oh. It is Karakumo, but it works for everyone. I can't wait. Done. Okay.
더 어려운 것 없나?
Well, that works. That works a lot. Oh,
놓치지 말게.
that works a lot. And now... wait, what? Oh my god.
감상은 어떤가요?
Bleed count on every skill? Yeah. But I was referring to that with Ryoshu off field, which is why I said support passive.
이거 공감 맞지?
Or wait, is Contempt of Ryoshu off field support bleed count? I actually never checked. Because whenever I would run that Ryoshu, it would always be on field.
엄마만큼은 못하지만 나도
보자
용서
너.
나쁘지 않아요.
Doo-doo-doo. Look at them being bled.
훌륭한 단말이네요.
Oh, yeah. Also the unique tremor type. You could run that with Night Owls.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
I think Night Owls might be good to run with it, even though they inflict the same tremor type, because I believe if the tremor type's already on them, Night Owls actually advances one of the effects and can move on to using their, like, signature skill.
좋아.
이제 수해졌네요.
Punch, punch, punch. You know, I just had a realization. Whenever we see the middle, they almost always have a floral, outfit. Now I can only imagine they're very much a fan of tropics. So, do you think their favorite drink is Hawaiian Punch? I need these because, you know, event. I kind of forgot. A lot. Wait, what? Ally with least HP. Ooh. That's pretty good. Nice. Otis, please. Nah, yes, sir. Nah! No! They're invading the shop! You see, you show them just a little bit of goodwill, and then they just start invading the shop.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
Hello, Kim. Are you ready to get punched? A lot.
감상은 어떤가요?
The ring knows no bounds to their theatrics. E. Go, Heathcliff. I choose you. Treachery. It's okay, Kim. Everything's all fine. You'll be fine. Totally.
발렛 브레이크 슬램. 엄마만큼은 못하지만 나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
Let me just do that.
양반이 떠올랐어.
Wait. What?
거기서 지켜보시죠.
Huh? Wait, what? What's happening? Wait, isn't Hong Lu... Wait, did Hong Lu just attack twice?
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
I'm so confused. To be honest, most of my confusion was because I thought he was attacking last, and I was like, wait, he's attacking 3 times in one turn? But that was Ishmael's. He steals SP? Ooh. Wait, he's just a sinking unit then.
이제야 친해졌나요?
Sinking? Okay. Well, I think this is floor 5 next, so yeah. We go hard. No, floor 5. Take that. And we take that. You might think that's not good to take, but you know, apparently that's honestly not that bad. And we take the new floor, because that's why we're here. What in the world layout? Gentle calming music playing from an unknown source tickles our ears. Following the sound, we came on an area containing multiple pieces of artwork. We began taking a cautious look around, realizing that we'd probably just walked into one of the ring's galleries on top of that, and came across a pedestal for an artwork, except it had no art on top of it. It was small enough to lift with one hand, so it wouldn't be too much trouble to take it with us. Should we? Yes. It's art. gallery remains serene, its stillness broken only by the gentle calm music. Okay, Universal Skeleton. What is this? Ring faction edited yet.
갤러리에
Oh.
전시도 되겠어요?
Well, that's pretty good. Wait, ring identities take 10% more damage. Huh. What the? It's a counter of some sort. Nice. Can't wait for them to attach that to Ricardo. Ricardo punches us. Our SP goes down, his goes up. Ricardo breaks the SP cap, goes from 45 to 60, 100% heads rate.
아파주마.
Ricardo hits 75, manifest ego. Freaking coupon punch. Oh no, my mind is going places. They could definitely pull a JoJo's with them. Just throw a freaking bus at us.
얼려라지.
They hit heads twice. Oh no. Yeah, so that 14 coin he got goes 28 now. Every time.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
Ads are starting soon. Ads. How could you? I might snooze them. What are the chances of me finishing the dungeon before the ads are over? Well. I don't think anyone gets hit by them anyways, so it doesn't matter.
좋아. 장부에서 산.
We just punch some birds. And things. I don't know. It's some, you know, very bloody.
가까워져.
왜냐하여 예술을
You think you're winning clashes? Think again. Where we go, there's only counters. Although their blunt resist is pretty high.
True, an ad break is started.
That's a begun. Well, I mean, that was kind of obvious because of the TTS that just pops up automatically every time. I don't know how I set it up and I don't know what I did, but it just does it. Thank Tangia. Ouch. That was actually a lot of damage.
분노 게이지 맥스. 이거 공감 맞지?
Hey, what do you mean first time you see this stream? It always pops up.
브레이크 슬램.
Or wait, no, do you mean the ads?
자, 부숴줄 테다.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
저희 뼈 혈관에
Chainsaw!
풍선이요.
Laser gun!
얼려라지.
Oh, it pops up every time, V. It's just that one was a little, slow. I guess it lagged or something. I have no idea. Tangia does that sometimes. Hull 9000 is so nice to just politely tell us that the ad break has started and goes, yes, the ad break has started, and then it just, ads. These enemies are fatal to blunt, apparently, but I don't think I believe that. This is not good.
감상은 어떤가요?
Heathcliff. Yeah! Do Heathcliff things.
이거 공각 맞지? 야, 필살.
Ads are over. Welcome back. Hopefully nothing was too cursed. If you got ads, that is. Whoa. Mura.
엄마만큼은 못하지만
영감이 떠올랐다.
나도 인사 될수 있거든.
What are the chances of me getting the bleed gifts in this floor? Very unlikely because of my RNG. I can't believe this.
아파주마.
좋아. 장부에서 샀지.
Beat him up.
몰라 열받게. 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
E.
파우스트? 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
살관의 독재. 이쪽에 소리가
We have more blade, more guns, more power.
보여드려야겠군요. 외면의 예술을. 영감이 떠올랐어요. 필사죠. 가져갈래요.
Excuse me. Who said you could attack first?
자, 변신 완료. 만선이에요.
Soda. And blade. This isn't looking too good.
재밌겠는데? 이거 공감 맞지? 야! 리셋! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
필수지. 가져갈래요.
얼얼하지?
좋아. 장까지 찢어주마.
예술적이네요.
재밌겠는데?
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
Right.
이제 한 사람의 상황과 24개의 늑골이 차오르는 이하의 멜로디가
얼얼하지?
영감이 떠올랐어요.
보자 너.
이제야 친해졌네요. 항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
Closing time. I'm actually curious about something. Does Honglu's sprite change depending on the angle? Oh. Charge. This. Affinity damage up. Okay, enjoy foods. If the charge consumed is unique charge, inflict more bleed cat. Muzzle. Oh, new bleed gift. 2 or more ring faction identities on account identities on field. Corporism. Okay. Deal 99 on all enemies. Ring Skull of Corporism. Beauty of the Physique. Huh. Okay. Now we just do that. Do that. And some things I can't use. Like this. And this. Nice. I got it. I just need the blood bag. Loot sack. There's a lightning rod game. Oh, lucky. Nice. Nice, nice.
본인이 나서지.
내가 봐주마.
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
마지막으로 남긴 말.
이제 가진 것은 이 청기밖에 없는데 이것까지.
엄마만큼은 못하지만 나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
마지막으로 남길 말. 거기서 지켜보시죠.
가까워진다. 하늘.
이거 공감 맞지?
얼려라지.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
Oh, I did not mean to do that. Oh well. I don't think it will matter too much.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이 넌 반드시 부서진다.
Yeah, it doesn't matter too much there.
태양감이 떠올랐어요. 가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
잠깐 정지. 너 같잖아. 거기 제대로 있어. 나 기념품을 집어넣어 줄 테니까.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
얼얼하지?
예술적이네요.
Welcome back, Dig.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
필수품 가져갈래요.
정보다도 풍자요. 생명 속에 파묻힌 그대. 여기서 빛의 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 아르카나 슬레이어!
Oh, that happened.
저기 해결사님들 너무 억울한 표정 짓지 마시죠. 당신들이 방심해서 진 게 아니라 제가 졸라 세서 이긴 거거든요.
Yeah, I'd probably replace Rodney or Heathcliff with Rodney, and I would have to hope that Merceau gets. I mean, if he gets it's a weird thing. Ricardo, 100%. 360. It's not 500. The other one was 500 because there were 2 floors that you could do. But this one is 360. Also, I don't even have the full bonus, so there is that too. And I can get him.
기능보다 소재의 원본을 드러내는 방향으로 겉면의 결착 염색 방식은 사후 경험을 보다 돋보일 수 있게. 예, 피드백에 따라 결정을 보완하겠습니다, 도슨트님.
And the rest, I'll get the boxes. Bunch of tickets. Because this Merceau doesn't have envy, which I am sad about. But, you know, still something. Anyways, let's see who can I raid. Raid channel. Following. Oh, Sarah's live. Ruru is live. Mog is live. Wait, no. Sarah's with Mog. Noah's live. I haven't raided Noah in a while. Wait, did I raid Noah last time? And let's see. Yeah, I could raid Zero. Okay, so that's what I'll do. We're gonna go ahead and start raiding out. Everyone, thank you for dropping by, thank you for watching, thank you for tuning in, and I will say have a good day. Be sure to hydrate and do anything else you need to do. So, without further ado, I wish you a good day. Take care, and bye-bye.